I tried to start the live stream this morning and it just didn't work. Like I can't do a scheduled stream for some reason, but I can do it normal way, so I'll just keep doing it normal way. So today was a little weird in the beginning. This little wick got me. I've had quite a few trades already, which is not exactly the best thing. It's kind of hard to see. But this trade that I'm in right now is going really well, obviously. I wish I could see these things without like feeling like I'm losing. Like I can't see everything going on, I feel like. So we'll take it down. Take it down. Now we are expecting this to go above this. So anytime that you see the market build upwards and then come down all red, you're basically expecting it to come down. And now where you look to see where it comes down is it's typically the same spot almost every time. And it'll be where, so like wherever the end of the bottom trend and then uptrend goes, typically it doesn't like to fill in that part of the uptrend, but everything else above that, so like right here is where the bottom is and the top, and that's where they meet. Right here above that is typically where it likes to come, and that's exactly where it came. And so as soon as it came down here, I took a profit and I went long. And every time it reverses right here, it always ends up breaking this old high over here. So I'm up $51 on the day, not counting the $78 I got in this guy right here. Where am I going to sell? I don't know. Like, part of me struggles because, like, typically if I go the swing trade and I just like hold it for as high as I think it can go or whatever, I do pretty well. But sometimes it's like a lot of volatility and I like to bet up and down, up and down, up and down. Sometimes it gets me in trouble. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We're just gonna keep doing what feels right whenever it feels right. And hopefully some good things happen. But this right here, I caught almost all of that, and then I bought right here, and now I'm obviously catching almost all of this. And that was super, actually, I missed this top right here. I probably should have caught it, but I was scared because all this crap that happened kind of messed my mind up. I don't think I got into like right here. So I caught from here to here and then from here to here. And I had a few good trades early in the morning. I was up like 50 bucks over here, but then I lost it right here. And then I got it back right here. There's more to come. See, like right here, when it passed right here, like I should take a profit knowing it's going to come back down right here. But the problem is that it could come down to here. It could come down to here. Like obviously I don't expect it to come down here just by the way that it went up. Like the more it goes up with no resistance, the more you expect it to keep going up with little to no resistance. And so I don't really expect this to come down too much, but in other situations I totally would if this was more volatile on the way up. So instead, we're just going to let it hang. I'll probably move my stop loss. Let's just say that I don't think it can go below where would be the low? I mean, I guess we'll say here and just set my stop loss at 56.28. Sounds fair enough. So cancel this guy. Go to customize. To 56.28, which since I got in at 56, got in at 56.17. I thought I got in a better price than that, but I guess not. I mean, that's locking in 50, 60 bucks of profit, so it's not too bad. we do expect some more upward movement. So basically what we're expecting is for this guy to go green above this guy, create another little chop zone like this where it kind of trades sideways with some red and some green and just in between above this price. So above where we've already hit the high today, which is 56.36. So basically around 56.40, we're expecting to go sideways. Uh-oh. Come on. I mean, this did come above here already. Let's see here. Come on. I guess I didn't catch until the top of the first green candle. Don't come here. If it feels lower than this wick right here that it just made, I'm probably just going to take the profit and wait for the next setup. I don't expect it to. Do expect some more green, but there may only be one more leg up when I was kind of suspecting one leg up, a resistance, and then one more leg up. We got El Macadee trying to curl, but it likes to give a fake curl before it really starts to reverse trend. And so in theory, you're thinking that it's creating a head and shoulders right now, and that this would be a shoulder, but let's see what happens. So that means we're expecting a head over here, and then a shoulder. We don't love that. Come on. Go green. Just none of this looks like a top to me. Man, we don't love that it came down though. Alright.
Order filled.
See how far it can come down. Probably not lower than here. Oh, there it goes. Alright, well, I wasn't expecting that, so I just let it do what it wants to do then. Typically, you get a better, like, when you get this pattern of all the way down straight to the resistance you expect and then up, typically you get a little bit more upside than just that little head right there. But for trading only one contract at a time today, to be up 118 is not too shabby. Not too shabby. All right. I mean, now that it's failed that, like we really expect that it could come all the way back down, but let's let the pattern play out. See what's happening. I mean, I guess it could be a drop to the red bar right here, but seems kind of tough. I'd kind of want to go short. But are you tricking me? So I've realized this amazing idea that like all I'm doing is I'm using past patterns that I've seen to determine future outcomes. And I've realized that I can actually create something where I take all the old data and I have it measure against what the live market's doing. And instead of this screen that builds out time as it goes on, it would be like 6:30 would be blank until the market opens, and I'd have the pre-market data, and then this to the right would be all black screen, and it'd be black screen all the way until market close, and it would just show, and like basically as the price action happened, it would fill in the black screen. And then based off a algorithm you could create based off the old data, you could use it to basically compare price action of the current live market to the old data to show the most accurate, or the days that match the most in price action. And like, I mean, there's different things than just the way the price moves. There's time, there's velocity, there's a few things, but ultimately you'd be able to use the closest days and input them on the black screen all the way till close. And as the price updates, you'd be able to see how closely it correlates to the closest matching days. And I think the results would just be retarded. Like, I feel like you would have a cheat sheet that you'd be able to crush with the whole day. I mean, some days would be better than, like, some days would match perfectly with the best matching days. Some days would match pretty close, but have different middle patterns. And as long as you're trading the swings, you should do just fine. All right. Where did we come down to? We came down to right here, which not quite open. A giant right here. I mean, I definitely expect it to go green. This pattern right here just has never failed me, but man, just because this broke above makes me slightly concerned. Like, had this just gone to here and then down to here, there's no chance I would have ever moved my stop loss because I know that we got to go higher than here. I probably should be long already. There's very little to make me think that this is going to dump out right now. But one of the other things that I've struggled with in the last 6 months is like I'll go short here or I'll go long here and then it'll come back down and touch the low. and I'll get scared and be like, oh, maybe it's going to break through. And then I'll close and I'll go short here, and then I'll come back and touch the top right here. And then I'll go long here, and then I'll come back and touch the bottom right here. And like in 5 trades in 5 minutes, you can burn hundreds of dollars very fast trading one contract. And so there's only really 2 ways to look at this pattern right now. You can say that this is a head and this is a top. Now we've come down and now it's touching here just to come back down, and that this is a new top right here and we're going to have lower highs and it'll trend down. Or you can believe that this is the bottom and that this is a top, and this is a resistance, and now that it's coming down here just to break higher. The violence of the downward action, I probably am leaning more bullish than anything. Like when it comes down, it's usually not so fast unless it's coming to run down to a certain resistance. And so like this guy right here was pretty freaking fast. And because there was like no green in it, like I knew it was going to bounce off of here. I was pretty freaking confident. I definitely took my profits out around here. Then I got long around here. And now I want to be long, I believe, but that is trending down. I need to go to the red candle. All right, that's good enough for me. All right.
Order filled.
We'll just set a $5 stop loss, which is actually a $25 actual stop loss. 56.20. All right, so this downward trend right here didn't make much sense to me because I couldn't really find anything that it was bouncing off of. But then when this guy comes down, it stops right at where this first resistance started right here. And that feels like a pretty strong barrier, and especially since I expect this to go higher. Like when I expect this to be broken, I don't expect it to be broken by $2. I expect it to be broken by $5 to $10. And so with that, that's what gave me the confidence to make the trade finally. But that's the key. Like you gotta kind of look at the charts, create a pattern in your head that you think is gonna happen, and then wait for a good price to fill. And if you never get the price, then you just let a new pattern like build. But this was the price that I was looking for. So I took it, and we'll see what happens. So I got like 50 bucks in my options account. I'm really going to try to be extra conservative with my options from here on out. In the last month, I've had so many options trades up 200%. I had one that was up 800%. I have probably a dozen that were up 100%, and I probably cashed out less than 10% of them ever. Like I just let them all expire worthless by the end of the day, which is pretty disgusting. Pretty disgusting, but like that, like the ability for me to get 100% on an option trade is so strong, like so easy. And so my goal with that is going to be like if I can do 100% a trade, once a day, if not once every other day, and just like really only wait for perfect setups, then I believe like between that and the futures, like because futures is different. Like futures, you can go in and out whenever you want. I can close this position now. I can wait. I can let it like lose its money and then close it, and it's fine. Like it doesn't change anything. It doesn't hurt me. But with options, it's like you close it and you can't get back in. Like unless you have over $25,000, like it just locks up your money for the day. And so you really got to wait for the best trade. Otherwise, you're kind of burning the money. Options are tough, especially if you're under that $25,000 limit. Because like if you're over the $25,000 limit and you go and you get 30% profit on your option, like it's not so hard to take the profit, knowing that like if something in the chart is scaring you, you can just take the profit, and then if it starts to level out and you're back into a certain phase, you can just get back in. Where like with futures, I can do that, but like with my options, I can't really do that without limiting my ability to trade options for the rest of the day. So I'm still trying to figure out the option side of it, but I feel like I got the futures side pretty great. There's definitely times where I still lose, but it feels like I win way more than I lose. And it feels like I really only lose when I start to fear the trade. But like if I just let it play out, take losses every once in a while and let it be part of the game, I tend to do way better, like win way more than I lose. And then the end of the day has definitely crushed me for 6 months. I mean, if you go back and look at my trading, I would bet that the majority of my losses can be found in the last hour of the market, maybe the last 2 hours. But it's not because the last 2 hours are hard to trade. It's because I'm like desperate to make more than I need to make. And I just need to be patient and I need to be comfortable that I can just, over the next 3 months, like show people how, like in the next 3 months, make an average of 10% a day and be worth millions type of thing. The ability to scale over day, over day, over day with the futures is crazy. Crazy, crazy. I tried to have that scheduled stream and I tried to launch the stream this morning and it like sent my whole iOS Streamlabs into like a critical error type of bullcrap. And it took like 30 minutes for that thing to resolve itself. And so I was just chilling and trading and now I'm live because so like it wasn't that I was scared to show you my morning trades or I was waiting to be in a profit to go live or anything stupid like that. It was technical difficulties. Come on. The market is kind of slow, so you got to be like super patient. Like it is sometimes frustrating how slow the market can move, especially when you know how much it really can move on when volatility picks up. As far as overall market trends, I am a little bit worried that we are going to new highs. I thought we were breaking down that last trend. I thought we were breaking down here. Unfortunately, it didn't go. Didn't give out like I thought it would. Instead, it recovered. And now when we look at the charts, where are we at? So if we look at here, we're basically almost back to the top of that last ridiculous rally off the bottom. It's probably safe to say that this 5640 is where I'm thinking the price is headed. Like we'll probably have a pretty big pullback at 5640, but I'll wait for the chart to validate. It could be 5650. 5640 would be the top of this guy. It could be 40. But a lot of times you'll be able to see patterns inside like the hour chart. I mean, it could be a 5-minute chart, it could be an hour chart, it could be whatever, where it kind of shows you, like you'll be able to see patterns where it's like so perfect and you know that you're at a halfway point and you know it's got to go double the amount up from the point that it's at type of thing. I don't really see anything like that right now. Like what I see right here is I see an uptrend, I see a curl, I see an uptrend, I see a sideways, now I see an uptrend. Which tells like what you're seeing here is very low pullbacks, which ultimately to me means that the overall trend is going to continue to go up. And you're really looking for some type of peak in this pattern. And like a lot of times you're looking for like some type of line that you can draw across the tops, which I mean definitely puts the price way up here. But this isn't my favorite. Like, we'll definitely, as days go on, as weeks go on, you'll see trends that I'm talking about, patterns that I'm talking about that are just undeniable, and they will pay us so well, and they work out so well, and they're very low risk and easy to trade. Are we topping out is the question. I don't think so. It's possible. We'll probably take a break even if it comes down to break even. But we are expecting it to go up. There's a lot of patterns where like the charts will make a sweet W, like just something that looks like a perfect W. And there's a lot of patterns I found inside those W's that will help with your trading as well, but we'll go over those when we see them. But if you're looking to get into trading, I would strongly suggest that you stay away from individual stocks and that you focus your efforts on trading futures on the S&P 500. It is the least volatile. That doesn't mean it's not volatile. It just means it's the least volatile. and it is the most predictable. An individual stock can basically do anything at any time, where an S&P 500 cannot. The price of this stock is based off the prices of all the 500 companies multiplied by their weight to determine what the price of the S&P 500 is. So that means every stock's got to be calculated to account for the new price. And when you understand that and know that it's true, yeah, I mean, I honestly think we're headed to 5660. Like, unless this top holds up and it breaks down from here, it feels like we're about to break through, and it does not feel like this is the shoulder. So what's most likely to happen is that we come up here, we run into a resistance right here where it comes up and down $3 or $4 at a time, just up and down until it has its breakout up. But the way that this is dragged out over here tells me that this is definitely not a shoulder. And as we get to the head and shoulder that it's going to make as it breaks out, we'll be able to see the difference of what this did versus what we expect to come. And you will see the difference of what a head and shoulder should build up to. And this ain't it. Which, if you understand what I'm saying, what that means is, like, as this comes higher, like, I'm not taking profits. It can come here and it can come back down here and I still wouldn't do nothing. Like, I'm going to let it chop in this zone if it comes up here. Now, if it never breaks this high right here, it's possible sometimes you get an ugly head with not much of a shoulder. Like, I guess you could say this is a shoulder to this guy right here. So, I mean, that is possible. But based on this guy doing this thing right here, it does tell me that the overall trend should be up. And so, yeah, we're just gonna let this play out. And if it comes down, I'll take it out for a small loss or break even around here. Where did I get in? 60.25, so I got in right here. That's not looking good. Come on. And so, like, when it came down to here, and then it comes up to here, I probably could have taken a profit because the same idea of, like, when it comes up to here, we're going to get some chop right here before it breaks through. And so right here, it probably would have made sense to take profit because it's hitting this guy, so we know that resistance is going to come. And then I could have gone long down here, which is basically the same price that I ended up filling at anyways. That's probably the smart way to trade, but sometimes that gets you into trading too much and gets you in a little bit of trouble. Because really there's two ways Like, probably the easiest way to trade is when you think it's a low, you bet long. When you think it's a high, you bet low, you bet short. And like just have a small stop loss, and if it breaks your stop loss, then you wait for a pattern, like you wait for that pattern to keep going, like finish or whatever is going to do, and you wait till you're confident in our trade, and you just take small losses until you get your big wins, and your big wins will come, and they are way bigger than the losses. So come on. What are you gonna do? Yeah. Still don't see it breaking down though. I mean, even at this point, with the MACD coming and crossing down like this, even if it breaks where I'm at, like I'm probably just going to leave my stop loss and just hold this because it's everything's telling me that it's going up from here. One of the problems I've had is that oftentimes I'll be right about it going up, but I'll be wrong about like it wants to come down here first before it goes way up, and it'll hit my stop loss, and that is definitely something you gotta watch out for. And that's the danger of not swinging. So if you're not just playing the highs and the lows, and instead you're taking profits and you're trying to play the middle chop as well, sometimes you catch yourself where if you're in here right here and your stop loss is down here, well then this is like not very worrisome. But if I'm in here and then I cash out here and then it comes to, like, let's just say it comes down to here, and then I see it start going up here, and I'm like, oh, well, I'm going to go long again because I thought I was supposed to go long anyways. And then it could come down to here, and it's like, and hit your stop loss, and it's like all that money you made up here probably just got taken back. And so that's the danger of it, is where if you're just holding right here, then if it comes here and comes down here, you're like, oh, I should have taken my profit up there. But really, if you think it's going to go higher, then there's a good reason to argue why you shouldn't take your profit here, because you're leaving this trade with its full potential and without any, like, with very little risk, and you can always like set your stop loss at where you got into the trade, and that way you're kind of leaving yourself an opportunity to hit maximum gain, while since you've already like hit on the winning side, like the market would have to work against you quite a bit to just take its money back. And if you're just having a bunch of break evens versus massive wins, you're probably going to be a winning trader. It's the way I see it. Man, this is a long chop. Like basically from 7:56 to 8:22, so 30 minutes of just nothing. But obviously, if I knew the chop was here, I could be betting low and then high and then low and then high and taking $15, $20 every single time. And that is a great way to do it if you believe you're in the chop. This was a little bit too much price action for me to be comfortable in calling this a chop. Um, but I will be excited to show you guys, like, because sometimes the chop is obvious and it's very easy to bet the high to low, high to low, high to low, high to low. Just taking a quick profit every single minute almost. But I would not have considered this to be a great chop to trade. This is kind of a no man's land where it could be creating an ugly head and shoulders, or it could be just trying to shake out people that are trying to go long. Definitely look like a shakeout as we start to go long again. I mean, it has been chopping pretty well, so I probably should take a profit here. All right, I'm going to take the profit here. I might regret it. It might just explode up, but I also think it might come right back down here because we haven't really broken out of the chop zone yet. And so a lot of times they'll like to hit that very tippy top, come back down one more time, and then do its thing. Just like that.
Order filled.
So now we go long again. Just like that. Set my stop at 656.20. But again, like I'm confident it is going up from here, but it definitely has a chance of either being like chopping up again and then breaking down and this just being a top, or it has the chance of going up. I believe the odds are way better that it's long-term going up, but like this right here, for all you know, this is the head, and you can look at this guy as a shoulder, this guy as a shoulder, and this guy as a shoulder. And like a lot of times, if you have two shoulders on the left side of the head, the right shoulder will simply go in between the middle of those two shoulders, and that will be the top of the shoulder. But none of this really looks like a head and shoulders to me. But in the future, we'll see some head and shoulders, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Make sense? Somebody in comments said I'm back, but the truth is I never left. I just been burning my money every single day for 6 months straight, trying to crack the markets. And it seems that the more patient I can be, the better I trade. But I definitely have some bad habits that I'm trying to work on. No, it's totally possible that it keeps coming down and keeps coming up, but after hitting that one, I'm pretty satisfied, and I just want to be in the overall bull trend that seems to be forming. But like, I mean, again, all like from here all the way to here, you could have been catching $20 every single swing. And just for me, it's like after it hits that top one and then comes straight down, like we should be getting close to a breakout, either up or down. And since I think the breakout is up, even though we're up here and I could take another $20, I'm just not interested in it. I'd rather just like probably cash out around here if it works against me. Otherwise, assume that it's just going to keep going up after we've already seen the extreme of it going all the way to the top and then all the way back down, both on 1 minute candles. Because that's telling us that the movement is approaching, and we are either going up or down in the next 5 minutes. And the thing about like trading that is just impossible to deny is if we go to sheets. So I started the day with like $350 in my account, and I'm up 150. So I'm at like, we'll just say 30% for the day so far. But if you're making 30% a day, and we'll put this at 350 because that's where I started, then it takes you 36 trading days to hit $1 million, as long as you continue to make 30% a day. And so the point is that like at 350, I'm trading one contract, but at 750, I need to be trading two contracts. And the risk will be the same as it was in this day one. And the profit potential will be the same, meaning I got to hit the same amount of profit, like the same amount of upside and downside on the S&P to hit the same amount of profit. But the profit is double, obviously. Instead of 115, it's 230. And that's just the power of compound interest. Compound interest is the most powerful thing in the world. And anyone who can just make 10% a day will be the richest man. Like, let's see, I said earlier that 10% a day, there's 250 trading days in a year. I said this would make $1 trillion in a year. Let's see if I was right. This number is 709,327,257,228. That's just 10% a day in 1 year. And 10% a day, like, man, I don't know if I've ever traded a day and not got to 10% before starting to get some losses or something. All right, how are we doing? Still alive, still alive. Doesn't surprise me, it got to break down one more time to here before it wants to come back up. But you never know if it's going to be a halfway breakdown or a full breakdown. So we'll just let it do its thing. Just let it do its thing. And that is what you call a half breakdown. So a lot of times when you're in a chop zone, what it will do is it will run to the top of one thing, come back to the bottom, run back to the top, and then before it's going to go its real direction, it'll stop at the halfway point of that full chop zone before it has its real breakout. So like this is looking like the breakout. So I'm expecting this to just blow through. At least to this point right here, if not a couple dollars before we hit the next level of chop. And then I expect it to break above that as well. But it does look like I'm right about the uptrend. Everything is looking confirming to me. Confirmation. My bias has been confirmed. And so every day, hopefully at the end of the market, I'm going to start doing like my live streams. And then at the end of the day, I'm going to do just like an update video that I upload through a Zoom call type recording. And I'll have this chart to show basically like what I made for the day and hopefully what it could mean for the future. And then I'll have this chart of what I actually did. And then I'll have my average ROI over here. And on every update, like basically as I collect the average and I put it here, then I'll come back and in my update video, I'll update this percent. And like some days it'll be 50%, some days it'll be 100%, some days it might be 10%, some days it might be negative 20%. Like we'll just have to see how it goes. And whatever the average is over my days, I'm going to put into here and we'll be able to see how many days it's going to take before we get somewhere that is life changing and hopefully world changing, because that's what really matters. I am not here to get rich. I am here to free the world. We are all slaves to the devil, and I'm tired of it. This is the devil's world. Politics cannot save you. Education cannot save you. There is nothing that can save you except for the prophecy of God returning to defeat the devil and show humans how they were supposed to live. It is a fact of life. And so we may be in that uptrend that I suspect we are. Like, so I told you that this was going to be the top, and then this is going to come down real quick, and then it is going to start coming up, and we might be hitting higher lows from here on out, which it seems like we are. So I don't expect it to come below here. If we do come below here, I will take a profit and expect it to come back down to here. And obviously, like right here, my profit would be like $5, so it's not much, but that is the idea. But we are expecting this to trend up, and we are expecting that the lows do not break previous lows anymore. So if you're not long yet, like, I mean, right there is about the lowest you should expect at this point. We shall see. Awfully slow though. And that's what happens when we get low volatility. The VIX is like at 16 right now, which is terrible. Like my dream world is that the VIX stays between 25 and 35 for 12 months. If we could have that, oh, trading would be beautiful. It would be fast, it would be constant, always a trade to make. Not have to wait and grind so hard for every little trade. The patterns tend to be a little bit more clear as well. Let's see what happens. should be getting a big bump one way or the other pretty soon. If it breaks that low, then I think I'll take it. But right now it just met at that exact same low. All right.
Order filled.
I'll take it. And now, because it did that, like it is possible it just stays at the same low. Um, but I kind of want to assume that it will come back down to the bottom of the chop pattern. But it is possible it stops right there. We'll see. We shall see. We're at 513. That's not too shabby. And so if it stops right here and then it goes up, I'm just going to wait for a small downtrend before I go long and try to get long again. But I'm also still going to try to let this play out and let it try to come down to probably just a barely new low in the chop, which is like 52 or 56.26. Seems to make the most sense. Alrighty, well now I want to get long again, but I don't want to get long at the very top of the chop. So sometimes this is just going to break through and I'm going to miss my trade. What do I want to do? What do I want to do? Come back down. Beep bop beep beep boop. Probably if it comes back down to this, where that red bar ended, I'll go long. Just because this is what I was looking for. Should have stayed long. That's the problem with scalping, is that sometimes you miss the trend that you knew was coming. That's all you can give me. I'm going to try to get long right here. If it gives it to me. 56.32-ish. Doesn't gotta be perfect. I missed it again. I'll just try to wait for a good entry. Sometimes I give it to you, sometimes I just go straight up. And then I'll be looking for a short. That's the other thing that I'd say is that one of the things that hurt me most in my trading was having just an overall sentiment of whether the market was going to be bearish or bullish. It's best to try to have no sentiment and just let the chart tell you what it's going to do. Because sometimes when I think that the market's supposed to go down, I'll convince myself of the chart. Like I'll force myself to look for patterns inside the chart that say it's about to go down while missing the true pattern. Definitely looks like it's about to explode upwards. Oh well. Don't need to catch every trade. Just need to not lose. As long as you're always winning, even if you're only winning 3 or 4 times a day, you'll have more than enough. All right, so we've now come a couple dollars above the high that was before made today, and so we do expect some type of chop right here, but we did get the chop like right below it, so that may consider the chop, but we'll see. At this point, my new long would be probably here. If we can get it to come down here, I'll be comfortable going long. Missed that one. Definitely a lot of reasons why I want to be long right now. But I prefer to get a better price. Slow market. Freaking low ass VIX. How boring. How boring. I want to see the MACD cross over, so the orange line cross over the blue line. If it crosses over, basically that means these green bars go red, and that may be where I decide to go long. Which is right here. I mean, I definitely had my chance, but maybe I'll get another one. There we go. Starting to do something.
Order filled.
Good enough for me. Alrighty. All the way back down. Don't love it. Don't love it. That's okay. We'll close out if it breaks even, potentially.
Order filled.
That was a loss. That I probably could have taken that $15 I had. That's probably the fucking. Honestly, like somewhere in this range is where we're expecting. Just a little bit more. You're not going to give me that little bit more? Weak. What I'm trying to see is, so I said we were going to go above here. We obviously did that. Is that a top? Man, sure don't feel like a top. We came here, we touched there. This is just that, then that. No, that's definitely not a top. Chances of this being a top are very, very low. But I definitely would have wanted to get in long right there. How did I miss that? I didn't see it hit there. Must have been quick. All right. The lowest we could think it was coming is like right here.
Order
That's good
filled.
enough for me. Unless it's a top. Obviously, if it's a top, it can go way lower, but I don't think it's a top yet, so that should be the low. We'll just set it at 56.30, so I can only lose 20 bucks if I'm wrong. So I guess it is possible. Beep, bop, beep, beep, boop. Looks like we still got 4 hours till the markets close. That is not super exciting to see. it does break this, then I mean the low definitely has potential to come down to here. It's either gonna bottom right there or we're gonna dump out in our $15 is my opinion. Let's see what happens. Here's the top. It was a top. Bummer. Bummer, bummer, bummer. Alright. Well, now we're going to wait for something really good. I should have known 5640. 5640 was the number that I was thinking we were going to see some strong resistance at. Just based off looking at the hour chart. Should have known. is the open price. Okay. Up. All right. Well, I think I'm going to try to follow down a little bit.
Order filled.
I will set my stop at 56.35. But even though I set these stops, I'm always prepared to hit the close button and get out before it hits the stop. If something tells me I should. But instead, everything is now saying that we came here, came down, we chopped, and then we come down. And that right there is just not enough to believe that the bottom is in yet. We need to see at least 3 red trends. Preferably something more, a little bit more obvious. It's possible we only come down to here. Guess it's possible that this is the bottom, but I doubt that's the bottom. Just because this is like the chop zone, and then we had a little higher chop zone right here, but like that's your head, this is a shoulder, this is a shoulder, and the idea that it's only coming down once after the shoulder is not likely. Not likely at all. But if we're comparing this guy to be able to come down, then around, where's this guy at? 185. It's trying to look like a freaking bottom. Let's see here. So in reality, if we are going down, it would make a decent amount of sense to come down to about right here. But we may not be going down. That pattern's looking like it got some strength to it. See, this guy resisted at the top of the chop. This guy's resisting at the bottom of the chop at the left shoulder. It just tells me that we still got to go down more. Let's listen to some good music as we wait for this to play out. And by good music, I probably mean music you will hate, but I love. Let's start here. Before you, in the right and Holy Spirit, light and the shining on you. Choose the right, choose the right, when wisdom or wrong before. Read its words, choose the right, and God will bless you ever. Choose the right, and the spirit of digression overcome you in evil hour. There's the right and the wrong to every question. Be safe through inspirations now. Choose the right, choose the right, let wisdom not fall before. It is right, choose the right, and God will bless you ever. Choose the right, there is peace in righteous doing. Choose Alright, I'm gonna try to get a better feel. Like it's playing with the bottom so much right there. It's playing with the bottom so much right here that I just expect it to come back and at least hit this top right here before it can go down. I could be wrong. It could just dump out, but oh well, I took a profit. Oh, what is this? Get out of here. What the heck are you? Don't go up soon. I just need to be short. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, that's good enough for me. That was some good price action. Should be able to dump out right now. Didn't get the price I wanted, but I got the price action I wanted. Let's see what happens. So like what you got right here is you got this top, then you got this top, then you got this top, and it just all trending down. The MACD says that we going up, but it likes to do a fake out every like at these tops and bottoms. Not always, but a lot of times. Spooky, spooky. That was the price I was waiting for too. Need to be more patient. Need to be more patient. Let's see. One thing that doesn't always work but tends to be pretty good is if you see the upside of the MACD wherever the high is. So this is $3 and this guy is 207. Typically, like you'll see it go $3 here and then $3 back down here and then so on. So like all of these hit, I mean, I guess this one only hit $2 and so that hit $2 as well. So in a way, you could see that one to this one was about perfect. But so far, what I see is that we are in a downtrend, and all this is weak resistance. And that tells me we got more downtrend to go until we see something that confirms a bottom. And a confirmation of a bottom can be found a couple ways. One of them based off whatever metric you think it's going to come down to over here, which typically, like in this case, so like it came down right here and it looks like we're kind of in a downtrend right here and then it starts the uptrend right here. And so typically you can expect that it will come down in this range over here. But sometimes the pattern is actually larger than that. And if you see like the uptrend could be all the way from even back here, let's see what it looks like on the 2 minutes. So on the 2 minutes, like the uptrend started all the way down here. So, I mean, we could be coming down all the way as much as here. But in all likelihood, somewhere in this range is probably where we're coming. Right here seems to make the most sense to me. And that's a good $20, so I might as well just hold and stop trying to get these little $15 profits. Obviously, if it goes against me and I'm losing a lot, then I can probably just take a loss pretty early. It's trying to move against me. Could this be a bottom? I mean, man. You're at the top of this resistance right here. And so in theory, it is possible. In theory, it's possible. It just doesn't seem practical. Boom, boom, boom. Is that every oh, that's not looking good. We need you to stop right there. I really don't want to see it break above. Um. Really trying to trick me out of my position. That little pop-up almost got me. But it's the full chop. So like if I was to go short somewhere in here, the most logical thing is to set your stop loss right above this guy right here, wherever you get in, just because you got to consider all of this chop as soon as it comes down to here and then comes up to here and then starts bouncing in between, like it's all chop right there. And so it really only just barely peaked. It didn't even quite hit the top of the chop, but I was almost looking at this guy right here and not this guy up here. So it almost got me, but I think we're okay. It's looking pretty solid now. As the crossing heavy, you are called to bear. Blessings, angels waiting. Fear not, though the enemy deride. Courage, for the Lord is on your side. The Lord alone we will obey. Bro, I swear they weed eat the grass outside once a day. Unbelievable. Who are these people? Compounding 5% a day, starting with a little bit of money, would be a lot. That's for sure. 5% a day in one trading year, starting with 350 bucks, you will have $66 million. 5% ain't not in neither. Well, that is not good. I'll let it try to break that top of the chop, but man, bummer, bummer, bummer. Bro, are you gonna break the top of the chop like that? That's the last chance I give it to go back down.
Order filled.
Oh, bummer. I have not hit these last trades very well. Time to step away for a minute. Oh my God. Alrighty, what are we looking at? So, question is, are we bearish or bullish? And seeing this, man, hard to think that that's not just a head and shoulders right there. Came to the bottom of the chop and then came back to the top of the chop. I gotta go short one more time.
Filled.
Oh, but it's probably gonna make a head and shoulders on this shoulder right here. Oh man. Even if it does, I think we're okay. That shoulder, probably not okay actually. That could be a big head. Let's see what you're gonna do. It's top of the chop. So when this is coming down, man, it's such a short curl. Normally you get a better curl than that. It was a hard one. Then just explosion.
Order filled.
Ah. Alrighty. What are we gonna do? Man, said it was possible that this could be the bottom just because you get this little downtrend right here, and then as it starts to go up, like when you get a downtrend, you expect it to come to either the first one or basically the last one, a point of resistance at the start of the uptrend. The question is this coming down to go back up, or is this coming down to create the head and the shoulder with these guys and then dump back out? The only trade that's interesting to me is going down, because if it goes up, I mean, it could break through, but interesting. Let's check out some of the other time frames. See what we're looking at. When I look at this, I mean, man, hard to see anything but a head and shoulders. What is the answer? To witness for his name. I'm looking for one more pop-up before I short. Around 36, 37. on.
Order filled. What is this? I don't know what this. If it don't short here, then it might just be running up.
Order filled.
Terrible, terrible, terrible. Too many contracts traded today. Very little pullbacks, and it just broke the trend of a potential head and shoulders. So I'm gonna go long.
Order filled.
I'm expecting new highs now. It is possible I'm wrong again, and this is the top, and it's going to come down to here, then up to here, and if it comes down to here, then I will cash out when it comes back to here, and then I'll probably end up going short, because we'll see. But the way that this has been trending, we go up big, and then it's always higher highs, and then we get a little bit of chop. And I'm expecting this same trend to hit on the end of this guy right here to the upside. Doesn't mean it can't come down a little bit. See what happens. Honestly, 5650 should be the next target. If we go up. The bad thing about trying to assume that this is breaking the head and shoulders is that it's actually the peak of the shoulder over here if this was a shoulder. But probably not. We going up. Or are we going down? Spooky. That's a good candle though. Let's check out the other time frames one more time. See if there's anything obvious that I'm missing. Came chop. Came down. $50. So if you look at this guy right here, down at this bottom, we're basically $50 up to this top, and then it chops. That would be a pretty good confirmation that we could go $50 up from here. That would be a pretty strong pattern. Let's see some different time frames. And now we just go red. Damn you, bro.
Order filled.
That was wild. That was a wild glitch. Well, I seem to be making every wrong possible trade now. And I don't know how to get back on track. And it was a wild candle right there. I just need to sit it out for a minute, see what's good. Probably wait for a really good setup and then go 2 contracts. Get my money back. And everyone says they're going to get their money back. They never get it back. But we're different here. And we're going to be very patient. Starting now. I mean, it comes down to here. Which is right back. Man, what a dirty candle. What a dirty candle. Too much. Too much. Good 1, 2, and then a slow 3. That guy and then that guy is what should have told me. And that was the answer right there. So you can see it here, but it's typically way more obvious on like a bigger downtrend. But what you'll see is that a market will trend down, hit resistances, continue to trend down, and then during its trend down, it will have a big green moment followed by a big red moment that gets to a lower low, and then from there it sets a bottom and it just shoots up from there. This is not my favorite example of that. Like there are way more consistent and like obvious to see examples of that, but that probably was enough to where I should have at least closed out my short right here. And then seeing it go green after that, maybe got into green, like got long over here. That would have been the smart way to play it. But this is just a super slow, boring market. All I know is if you're a day trader, you better be praying that we aren't going to new highs. Praying we aren't going to new highs. And if we look at the VIX, why does this chart suck so bad? Maybe because it's not the VIX. I don't know how to get the VIX. Like, where's my $65 VIX at? Oh well, I'll find it later for other streams. But it's either this is like a last rally up and it's consolidating the VIX at the lows and it's about to plummet, the market's about to plummet and the VIX is about to skyrocket, or man, that dirty candle doesn't come and I'm in this long. Makes me want to go long right now. Dirty candles be freaking scaring me out of my position. All in freaking 10 seconds. Which really isn't that normal. I mean, it definitely happens, but typically it'll happen on a trend like this where you're coming up. And like you should be short likely anyways. Interesting. So the question is it coming to double top? Or is it coming to break through? And the answer is undetermined at the moment. Well, we definitely expect it to break the new high. And so if it comes down to here, we're going long for sure. But otherwise, I'm just going to let it go, break the new high. Just go already, make a pattern we can trust. Touched the price that I wanted to go long at, but it didn't really give you a chance to fill at the price. All right, give it a chance. Give it a chance. I'm just gonna set this stop loss at like we got in at 56.36, so I'm gonna set it at 56.35. So very little loss potential, but also a low chance that I probably won't hit it. But markets love to stop right there, so let's give it a chance. When it's uptrending, like all these little spots, bounces at the same spots and then just goes up. It's what it loves to do. We'll see.
Order filled.
Not this time. Actually, this price should have been my fill price, honestly. Weak. But that was only $7. Wasn't as bad as the other ones. What am I doing? We had a 1, 2, 3 topper, so we were confident it was coming down, and we were right about it coming down. But the question is, did I get in 1 second too early? As of now, it's looking like yes. I think we want to give it one more try, so we get a little bit better fill price. I'm going to give it one more try. I'm going to do like a 56.32 loss. Because the other answer is that it comes down to all the way right here. But there's a little to make me think that. That did that. This does that. No. Let me just watch it. Alright. We'll go along one more time
Order
here.
filled.
There we go. It's looking like about what I thought it was gonna. I almost let that 65 or 56.35 scare me out of my position again. Need to stop that. Get a little bit more conservative. Hmm. So I'm going to take profit at the top of where it's already gotten once it gets back there, and then I'm going to wait for it to come back to 56.40 to get back in. I mean, it's only a $5 swing. It's like a $1 swing, so on the SPX. Maybe that's not enough to be worth it, but basically what we're expecting right here is some type of chop to happen at this new high, or basically at the old high, and then the next leg up. But that chop could be one candle, it could be two candles, it could be 10 candles. So 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. Like, you never really know how long this chop is gonna last. But I don't know that $1 is enough to make me want to take my profit and then go, oh, what do I want to do? That looks better though. All right, let's get back to the top one more time. Let's get back to the top. Back to the top. Oh, brutal. Oh, that's not looking like a chop no more. I think we're still good though. Is it a double top? Is that what a double top looks like? I would argue no.
Order filled.
I'll take that profit. $17. Let it try to come down one more time. Okay, so we have this, then we have this, then we have this, then we have this. Definitely want to be long. A little bit lower. A little bit lower. Turn around. Anybody else making money today? Timberland, I will go forward proclaiming, repent, for the kingdom of heaven's at hand. The kingdom of heaven's at hand. However unpleasant, I want to belong.
Order filled.
Is sufficient, the demons are all. Yeah. So, if you remember, I said something like I wasn't going to take profits up here, but then I did because the second time it went red, it came all the way down to here. And so when it came back up, I took profits right here, saying like with the idea that it got to come back to here before it can break through the resistance. And then for some reason, I decided to go long here instead of waiting for it to actually do what I thought it was going to do. But the fact that we bounced off of that so strong is pretty good. Doesn't guarantee that we're going to get what we want, but let's look for that next bounce. Look for that next bounce. I mean, anywhere below these lines, and I got to cash out these guys right here. But I don't think we're going to see it. Unless we had a freaking top again. Is that a double top? Really? Frack.
Order
Alright, you
filled.
asshole. Asshole market. Doing everything you're not supposed to do. Making me look like a fool. Alright, I'm
Order
going down.
filled.
I think it keeps going. I think it keeps going. I think it keeps going. It's gonna keep going. Uh-oh, looks like I'm wrong. Giving away all my monies. Come on back down. Come on back down. Come on back down. Come on back down. Garbage. I'm the worst. Am I the worst trader in the universe? Maybe. Alright. Did I fuck that trade up? Did I fuck it up? I sure did. We went down here, cleared that gap, and then back down to here. And it was quick. On a candle. On a candle. I mean, the only hope that I have in this trade is that we come back to here, but the idea that it will come below here doesn't feel very likely. Let me think, let me think, did that, done that. What would it do? Alright,
Order filled.
I suck. I'm back to freaking almost even for the day, cause I suck. Cause I suck. Man, that's so rare. So rare for it to play out like that. Ah. I don't know what to think right now. I mean, the main thought is that this guy came down and then shot right back up. Like, in no time to actually trade this guy. And so when this guy starts falling, it would make sense that it basically doubles the size of the candle. And then that be a top. Or a bottom, I mean. Just because that is doubled that kind of makes me feel like we are going straight back up. And so I'm going to bet
Order
it.
filled.
Because it makes sense. The one thing that would crush me is it W's. But that strength, man, it's hard not to bet on the strength. It's hard not to bet on the strength. What is wrong with me? What am I missing? It's no man's land. It just goes like that. That's one thing I gotta be super cognizant about. If you get a 1 minute candle that is in an unvolatile day, in an uptrending day, and that 1 minute candle does $10, it's almost always like I don't know if it ever doesn't rebound. And so I totally messed that trade up. But it's okay. I'm gonna try to ride this guy to $100. See, these are the problems of trying to freaking be too focused on the swing trade, like the scalping type of trades. You got to be focused on the trend. The fact that it freaking chopped right here at the top and then collapsed is such garbage. That chop almost always leads to a breakthrough. That is what I've been noticing. This last week or so, the downtrends have been bigger than expected. Like it still always recovers and keeps bouncing back up. But the downtrends have been pretty freaking strong. I need to accept that and start collecting on those. Collecting on those. But now this guy is feeling like what I was feeling right here when I went long right here. But the problem is all this price action is in the same area. This top, this top, this top, this top. It's all in the same spot. Which means it's either got to break way to the upside or way to the downside. But the way the pattern's going, it's got to be upside. It's got to be upside. Just hurry up and do it this time. Like I won't even consider look at this guy. He comes down here, then this guy comes up, then it comes down to like the halfway point of here, and then it comes up, and then it doubles what this guy did. That should have been obvious. Like, I mean, it should have at least been obvious for me not to be long. I didn't have to be short right here, but there wasn't much justification to be long right there. Gotta trust the more down you see, the more down could come. But then when you get such a strong, like I said, follow the strength, and the strength is on the upside right here. Almost no pullbacks whatsoever. So this is what I was looking for before, where we're gonna chop right here at the very top, and then it breaks up. I'm certain of it. There's no chance I'm selling. No chance I'm selling. And at this point, that's $15. So I would expect $15 up from here. So 56.55 is my current price projection from a trend trade. at the end of the day get me like this? Oh goodness, we only got less than 2 hours left. Where did the time go? Where did the time go? Okay. So we're gonna come down. And if you look at this guy, so it hits the top of this little barrier right here, and where does it come down to? The bottom of this trend over here. That's something you should remember. I think we're good though. This should be the bottom. Maybe come down to here. Holy moly. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. So far, so okay. It's okay to me so far. And we okay. Run it back up. Yeah, child. What? Yeah. Boruto. Alright, well, I've obviously fucked this day up. So I may need to end my trading for the day or something. We'll let this one trade finish out. Because I do feel like we're headed up. Why did I let this get me? That is what the double top looked like. I mean, without this little stupid wick right here, I would have never guessed that this would have dumped all the way down, but that stupid wick definitely made downside potential real. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Stupido. Stupido. Oh, and it's already Friday. Nothing till Monday. It's just a slow and boring world. Almost everything I've told you has some level of truth to it, even if it didn't work out for me today. The patterns that I follow tend to be champion patterns. Just need to be more comfortable with the highs not breaking as high as I expect. All of that. Should have caught all that. Isn't that interesting? Like this guy right here, matches all pretty goodly with this guy right here. And what does it do? Comes down a little bit and then works its way back up. Is that the pattern? Is that the pattern? Alright, well, I'm gonna get a little aggressive. I'm gonna go one more long here. Get a little aggressive. Bullcrap. Bullcrap. Very spooky. You really going down from there? Are you really? No. I don't know what else to say besides I feel like it's going straight up. Maybe I'm feeling too much. Maybe. What a crazy W. So basically, if you believe that this is a W right here, which if it goes up, it would make the W, obviously. The idea is, and you'll see this hold true almost every time, and sometimes it's in the middle and it's hard to tell exactly if it's a strong W or a weak W. But basically, a strong W means it comes down and then it comes back towards where it started to come down. And then a weak W, it just looks like it's trying to get people to go short. Like every dip is just not followed by more dip, and instead it's like jag down, come back up, jag down, oh no, it's gonna fall out, and then come back up. That typically means it's gonna go back up, but it'd be nice not to be down $40 in this position right now. Oh goodness. But the point of the W's was this, and I'm gonna let it try to hold true, is that if it's a strong W on the middle portion coming back up, then it shouldn't break the low of where the W started. That is the theory. Where if it's a weak W and the W is going to reverse, then it should go a little bit lower than where that W went or started to go down. And we will see if I'm wrong. Looks like I may be wrong. All right.
Order filled.
Well, now I just think it's going down, all the way down. And I suck. And I suck. Damn it, bro. What have I done to myself? Alright, I'm just gonna go short then. It's the only way I can get the monies back, because it shouldn't be going much higher. And this is how I lose a bunch of money at the end of the day, is I start chasing my losses. But that's okay, we got next week. Next week to make it right. It's just a Friday. Yeah, I don't believe this at all. Like, I believe that, like, we go down here and now it's fighting this as a resistance and it's going to go up, down right here. But it's so hard to believe that this is going to come fulfill that W, because we should have never broke below this low right here. And so the breaking below the low right here tells me that we got more to go. Had it held up here, then maybe I'd like want to be bullish, but I don't know how to be bullish on that. Damn, bro, did it really just fucking quadruple top? That's wild. For it to touch 4 times and not break through. That's wild. That's wild. What did I miss? Alright, this is what we're looking towards. Let's check out the time frames again. And that is the spot we're looking for. What a crazy. I mean, this is the volatility I dream about. I mean, obviously not like 25 to 35 VIX, but for a low VIX day, it's too much. I need to start accepting my losses earlier. And I need to be more patient. When a trend starts, I need to start following the trend. Kind of want to go short 2 contracts right now, but we'll wait. We will just wait and see. Wait and see. The only thing that's dangerous about being on the downside right now is the MACD is definitely already hitting its peak. Maybe 5602 is too low. Killing myself. Why do I throw my money away? Getting aggressive at the wrong time. Oh, Terry Blaine. Damn, I was up fucking 40% today. I'm down fucking 20%. It'll be okay. I definitely got this, people. I definitely got this. I do it for you, not for me. Brutal, brutal. What did I do? So I was thinking 5640, like, how did I not short 5640? I don't understand. Cuts right in the middle of the last big uptrend peak. What was I thinking? Man, so here we go, what? How much was that? 55, 55, $120. And then here was $50. And then here was $40. Man, that might be the new top. That might legitimately be the new top. But is it more likely than these guys? That chart though, that chart and that price action, all that downward action on that perfect resistance of the middle of this guy. I think I got to get some options here. Probably stupid though. We'll do, excuse you? Ain't no way you're that expensive. What are you talking about? Let's pull it up. Let's see here. Oh, missing it. There you are, the far right corner. Look at all that red today. All right, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna buy one call and one put long on each side and just let it ride. Oh, wait, hang on. Almost. One buy market
filled.
Okay, and then we'll come here and buy this guy. And we're just gonna let these ride to 0 or at least a hundo.
Order filled.
So the MACD says we're going up, but there is a position in the graph that says we just hit a top. Being so close to the last peak of the last rally after we hit that 5100, plus the way that it trajected off of it. And that could mean next week is going to be very red. And hopefully the close. Pick a direction. It's pretty spooky. Alrighty.
Order filled.
Well, I think I'm gonna try and assume that the uptrend is gonna last. Whichever direction it picks right there is what I was feeling. So we'll get rid of this
Order
put
filled.
per 50% loss. But this guy's up 50%, so I'm just gonna hold this guy till the end. If anything, this is making me want to go long with the futures. But that's definitely what I should have done. I should have waited for one pullback and then sold the put, if that's what I thought, but it's okay. Or are we trying to say this is the head and this is the shoulder? Oof. And the shoulder goes perfectly to the top of this guy? Oof. Damn it. Oh, I misread the chart again. Oh. Alright, go up. And then I'll short you.
Order filled.
This will be much better next week, I promise. I'm excited about all of this. I got just what I need. And today does not discourage me one little bit. It'll be good to have the weekend to get some sleep. It's pretty convincing. Pretty convincing. Oh, what you've done.
Order filled.
Just get out my futures. Oh man, did we go long though? That's the question. Stop trading so short term. Does it still look like at the top? And if it's going down, where's it going down to? Doing too much, doing too much. Alright. I'm just gonna take the loss on the option. I don't like none of it. We'll get in another future. I think I'm going down, but it's not so important about going down. It's about just minimizing the loss on the play. There's no reason to hold into the loss. A double top craziness. Interesting. 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 That makes sense. On my options, I need to enter my options like I enter my futures where I'm waiting for like a retracement. And so if I ever want to play options where one's going up, one's going down, then I wait for the freaking window and I at least hit the high and low of it. That makes a lot of sense. So the right way to play this, and the way I'm going to play it from now on, is I'm going to take my profit here in short because I know that we're hitting the same resistance. Like even when I was up here, I said I expected a pullback. I just didn't expect it to come all the way back. But like if I think there's going to be a pullback, then I go short here, and I know there's going to be a pullback. And the only thing is when it's like, because I think it's going to go long, like you just let it go as short as it can go. But then when, and like you never take a profit type of thing, and you just look in the close if it comes back $1-2 above this high that you shorted at. That makes perfect sense. And so basically, if it ends up breaking through, then you're just taking the loss of a small loss. But if it does end up reversing like it probably should, man, I'm just so used to this pattern at the open. And this pattern told me that we were supposed to break high. And I just didn't think this was going to be high enough. I failed the eye test. Like ever since here, I started fucking up. But I feel like this is a change in trend from when I normally see this, which also makes me more bearish. Because typically a change in trend changes the overall, like change in pattern of trends, changes the overall trend of whether the trend was continually going up or continually going down. All right, this is what I was looking for. Get a little bit better of a price.
Order filled.
See what happens. I'm gonna set a $3 stop on this guy. Do 325. And so if I can't figure out the trend trading and the in-between opportunities, uh, like that would mean that I need to just stick with the overall trend trading and only be betting up or down and holding for the big wins and then taking small losses. And when I lose, then waiting for a full pattern movement before I'm willing to get back in another play. And then if somehow that didn't work, which I already have way too many wins to know that it will work, then the other thing I'm really good at is these $10 plays. I mean, I could probably pull 10% a day on my account at least, just going for $10 at a time. But I don't really love the $10 at a time. It does, like, I do like trading though, and so I kind of do like the $10 at a time because I hate watching the money that I knew was coming get made and then watch it disappear. And that's probably the answer. The answer is I probably need to be trading 2 contracts, one of them scalping every single time, and then as soon as I win my scalp, like obviously I can multi-scalp while the other one just plays my trend. That sounds interesting. So play 2 contracts every time I do a play, and then just basically immediately taking one of them every single time. I mean, not immediately, but as soon as I'm $10 in the money, and that seems to happen quite often. Quite often, if not every time. All right, we're almost done the power hour. What's gonna happen? Place your bets. That was a long chop. Should have seen that. Let's see if I got enough buying power to get this guy. I might not.
Order filled.
I'm bearish. I could be wrong. It could just like trade up and down, up and down, up and down till close. But I'm not seeing that. It's a very trendy day where like it's just a lot of green or a lot of red, and it's not quite as, what's the word, like it's just not spazzing out like a sideways day would. Like when you see lots of these white little wicks that are showing price action that didn't close with the candle bar, when you see a lot of that on above and below all the green and the red, then you would expect this day to end like in this zone in the last hour, just up and down, up and down, up and down. This is a much more directional day. And like the fact that this trend over here is higher than this trend over here, like makes me bearish. The fact that when this guy was coming down, every time it went green, it never had like a real rally. It just instantly went red, and every green got defeated and then trade down. So all that weakness and into this weakness just screams weakness. It's screaming weakness. The only problem is when you see sometimes like this, when you see the weakness and it comes down right to a spot of resistance, sometimes that's right where it changes. And so just because it starts out weak doesn't mean that this isn't bottoming. But if it starts out weak and you see lots of weakness all the way down and there's no resistance, it's not fighting the way down, and then it comes and creates basically a new head and shoulders right here, I mean, it's a perfect head and shoulders. Like that screams weakness, which means you go another leg down, and the question is, where does that leg go? That's the question, and I would have to guess, man, 5602 makes the most sense to me. Just looking at this chart. But let's assume that this is the halfway mark. That would put us at 5607 maybe. See if I'm right. So what I need to remember is that a giant green bar after it drops is pretty scary in the sense that it could just keep running. Kind of like this guy right here, where it just ran, where almost a cup being made and then a green run is the perfect setup for creating a new head and shoulders. And I need to be less worried about these green bars, but also expect these green bars when we play on the bottom after a large drop. These need to be expected. And for it to come at the top of this guy right here and nearly the bottom of this guy to set that head, like that is a strong resistance right there. to where you can trust it. Like the fact that it broke down from there basically tells you that we're going short. That's the proper way to read a chart. I don't know what I was doing all day. I was doing something weird. Like I started out pretty well, and then I got funky. I just got so caught up on this stupid guy telling me we're going up. Like the amount of green I see when these guys start this way. Just, I wish it would have gone one more leg up. I feel like one more leg up and I would have been able to change direction. Back to the shoulder. It don't break down right there. I might be in trouble. Terrible. That is holding too much. Minus 52, 56, 56, 26.
week.
Order filled.
Looks like you got one more leg up. I mean, it could just blast through, but I doubt it. We shall
Order
see.
filled.
What are you gonna do? It came back and touched basically the same line, just the top of this crazy guy right here. If we're at the top of this guy right here, you should expect it to be a rejection. All I'm saying. That's what it wants to choose as its resistance. You should probably trust it. Like the main difference between before and now, besides I have a situation where I can finally just be alone and 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 focus, do my live streaming, make a little money. Um, yeah, I mean it's a big difference. But the main difference, as far as live streaming is concerned, is that I've been doing this for 6 months straight, and I've been burning a lot of money. And the difference is this time, no more burning money without you guys seeing it. I think that's the proper way. Let the whole world see how the best way to burn money. And eventually it will lead to the winning of money. The only thing this world seems to care about. So what's probably happening right here is this guy didn't quite hit as high as this guy, like this guy right here, this wick didn't quite hit as high as this over here. And so it almost looks like it's doing a head and shoulders right here. So this is going to be the shoulder. This is going to be the head. Maybe one or two more candles. And it should come right around here. I got a feeling it's probably going to touch up here. But what can you do? So like the bottom of this wick right here is probably where it's going to come. Break the resistance we created right here at this wick. That's what it looks like it's fine to do. There's your head. And like when I see that, I probably should be closing my position that was only down $6 and then selling right here. So not only do I get an extra $3 of profit on the move down, but I also didn't take as much of a loss on the way up. Like I totally saw that coming. This was obviously creating a shoulder right here as soon as it started pulling back up. Oh, I'm funny. I've just traded too many contracts today. I don't want to trade no more. Wait till Monday. I'll let this one last trade play out and see what happens.
with the whole point of this wick coming up short and it beating down and it uptrending, and we already seen a bunch of head and shoulders everywhere, was strong evidence that, oh, and the fact that it would broke, it kept getting resisted right there, but then like this wick right here isn't that much further away, but just a little bit, definitely said it was coming to there. And there's the head. Now let's see if this head and shoulder can dump out. Like it'll definitely come to at least here, but hopefully down here. What I hate though, especially about the end of the day, and probably why I need to start either just being extremely conservative at the end of the day and only put like literally waiting for this moment right here to start shorting at the end of the day type of thing, or or not trade it at all, I guess, because like a lot of times, like I'll see something in a pattern where I know it's going to dump or I know it's going to rocket or whatever, but it waits until after the market closes to do it. And those times are very frustrating. It's very frustrating to see a pattern set up and then they hold it till the after hours. Especially like, I mean, if you got $1,500 per every contract you're trading, then you can go into the after hours with no fear. But if you're trading on margin, if you hold into the after hours more than like 2 or 3 minutes, they'll margin call you. And ain't nobody want a margin call. There's the shoulder. So you got this shoulder right here, you got this head right here, and this guy just came and touched the top of this trend on this side. Let's see if it breaks down from here. Like if it breaks up from here, just gonna have to call it a loss. If it gets back above 56.30, just gonna call it a day. And I will be back to crush it on Monday. You can count on it. And you see how it like, so a lot of times these head and pattern shoulder or these head and shoulders patterns will show up and they will go to the shoulder and they'll come down and they'll make it look like it's going to break down, and it always makes it look like it's one of the patterns, but sometimes it breaks through. Sometimes it's got a mind of its own. Like, so you can't trust every head and shoulders is the point. But this one does seem pretty trustworthy. Besides that last candle. But sometimes it does like to go a little bit higher on the right shoulder than the left. Sometimes it goes a little bit lower. You never really know. And that's why you gotta just play the range and then take your losses when you hit a loss, and then freaking let it run when it's winning. It basically feels like the last chance for it to break down before it breaks 50.30 or 56.30. Will it break or not? A lot of times in the power hour, you won't see the big move in the market until like the last 25 minutes. So a whole 30 minutes left. Like, I mean, because sometimes the patterns like play out before the market close, but sometimes you'll see a perfect pattern and they'll wait till after market close to do it. Just frustrating, but a lot of times you'll get those wild moves even before close, right before close. Do something crazy. Do something crazy. Bummer. Not looking good. Is he gonna go create one more head? Or is it just double topped? We're at the 25-minute mark. Nothing. What a weak market.
take a phone call.
All right. Well, today was a bust. But it's okay. These trading days will get better. Certain days are much easier to read than the others. All right,
Order
guys. I'll see you
filled.
on Monday. You better be here and you better be ready